Right. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hmm. Day two. I'm using a studio driver. Golden Age of Piracy. The jackdaw. We are no higher. Now, captain of his own ship, Edward and his quartermaster, Adavale, embark on a career of piracy on the high seas. Can we do any ship upgrades? That's a really cute pirate flag. That one eagle is mad that I'm taking its place. Maybe that actually helps, having no ray tracing. English flag on a pirate island. That's the jackdaw. We have two masts. Yeah, I think it's called masts. Mast. She's starting to stream, so we are waiting a little bit. Mandatory ads should be gone. Are we ready to get the badges? Time to rescue some pirates, so we can have full crew. Let's go. I could go for the sub-note though. Having more sea shanties never hurts.
Nice little public house, no doubt.
If I can get it. Hey, the drunken sailor! Nice. Sorry, mister.
I'll write a copy, Your Honor.
Where do we have more?
Control yourself,
Trying to get to this new data file. That one I already have from yesterday. Oh, it's degonized garbage. But the treasure hunt one. Let's not cause.
Too slow, shipbird. Like vengeance.
Uber's one is right. You guys can carry it in.
I was done for till you came along.
Come fast. The soldiers have kept a man in irons. They need to hang him.
Yep. Our next target.
This pirate bears the blood of many innocents on his hands.
Well, that was easy. The bullets were. He's not even saying thanks. Just standing there. Ammunition is full. Meters. Maybe from this way we can get it. Or not. No, okay. Or not. Seems like a no. Let's go say hi. Or
all this pissing and moaning about? Has something happened?
Soldiers have come, that's what's happened. Sent by the king himself.
Not refunded, resynced. I'm liking it a lot. How you do it? Actually.
There he is. You did good, Edward. Your jackdaw is fully crewed, and the British have learned how we do things in Nassau.
We gotta slip the noose round their necks.
I'm liking it a lot. Not. I didn't say no. I said it's not refunded.
That bottle. Are you saving a trophy for yourself, Anne?
Aye, away with you. We're saving it for a real
You should play the
celebration.
original Black Flag.
Now you'll want to sail somewhere rich with plunder.
Combat is
Have you
a
heard of a place
bit
called the
different.
Observatory?
There's more content.
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain of Youth.
I'm liking it.
What have you heard?
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb,
Be fun.
hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. You see here.
Oh, rot. It's fairy stories you prefer to gold, is it?
It's worth more than gold, Thatch.
Yesterday I
10,000
stopped
times
when
above what we could pull
I
off
got
any
to have my
Spanish ship.
sea
Robbing the king
samples.
to pay his purpose is how we earn our keep here, lad.
Today
That
we
ain't a
get to sail.
fortune. It's a fantasy.
So it seems there's a storm happening. I did play one game of. I'm not sure if we did play versus him. Fanura, believed to have originated in Madagascar, is notable for its unusual methods of capture by approach or withdrawal. The goal is to be the first to capture all opponent pieces. Only 200.
Feeling up for a round?
Each player starts with 22 pieces of on a 9 times 5. Correct. Pieces are placed on all points except the center. Players take turns moving one piece along a line to an adjacent point. Like a... Capture pieces by either approaching or withdrawing from towards an opponent's piece. After capture all pieces in an uneven
Make him bleed.
initial capture pieces are also. You can't revisit points or repeat directions on. Okay. Let's. You haven't played the original. Oh yeah.
One for me.
Let's try this out.
That doesn't improve matters. Unfortunate for you.
What the hell was that move?
Merciless you are.
My advantage.
Ouch.
That was a really fast move.
Well played. Merciless you are. That'll put me in a good position.
You left it open.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, I got no moves there. I don't think I've ever played this version of this game. I can remember it at least. coming on attack. No, that needs one more.
Played into me there.
Oh, he got it. That's not good. Oh, I thought I could take.
Unfortunate.
Why I feel like I might lose this?
That's one.
It's fine.
I don't like to lose.
Let's have a new try. That didn't go well.
Could go for a game.
That'll put me in a good position. Well played. That's one.
But you can get so many points here that I don't understand.
A strong move. My advantage. You can have that one.
Ouch. Played into me there. Well played.
One for me.
Oh, they always have to be like on a line. A crazy streak. Appreciate it. How has the Pal World been? I think you've been streaming that the most.
That'll put me in a good position.
Okay. All that bullshit, but
That's one.
like I can't eat and now he can eat.
Good move.
Yeah. This game I
Played into me there.
do not understand so well, it seems.
Nice play. Well played.
He's rigged. We have another song. Riddle's boats. Now, what do we have on this Nassau island? Another shanty available.
Oh, please, God! I'll be a better man.
That's what I wanted.
Back from behind! You too well!
General store. I do want to see if we can buy some upgrades for the boat already. Oh, there's the armor match. Master. No red coats.
I only trade with ship captains.
What? I thought I'm a ship captain already. Well. Do we need the hat?
When we're at home, toys where
A place for free men, aye.
Have like
Have
that.
you considered that not all men will fight for freedom?
Oh, not this tosh again. All men are born free, Ben. We offer a place where they can remain so. That's it.
So long as the king's dogs don't come sniffing around, sure.
Okay, let's see what you have.
Morning, Kenway.
Not a bad-looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, Hornigold. Is it envy?
Man, coffee is
Is
so
mine's
good.
bigger than yours?
No, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff. So, you've got yourself a fancy brig now. Fine. Well, I'm gonna teach you how to sail her right. And how to take a prize the proper way. Thatch,
What is the proper?
we'll catch you up at the old fishing village.
Aye.
Up to... Where's your helmsman, Kenway?
I take pride in piloting my own ships.
Bad weather increases the
Keeps me
intensity of the
alert.
ocean waves and reduces the
Let's make
visibility
some
of other
headway,
ships.
shall we?
I've no need for schooling. How many prizes did we take together as privateers?
There's a chasm of difference between joining a raid and captaining one.
Loose and trim tight! Ride the wind!
Gallants and royals!
But that's a really long troll message. These are like the same type of messages that I used to get on. Thank you, Roxy. Used to get on Kick when I was streaming there. This is not a bot message. Yes. We have a third trinket. Oh, our first pet.
We're looking out for merchants, boys. Them that's fat with cargo. Find us a schooner with that spyglass, Kenway. You'll get yourself a glimpse of what sort of cargo they're shipping and a general idea of their toughness.
There's a prize worth taking.
Good. Take us in close. After you subdue a prize, project authority and demand respect that you would never give yourself. This weaves a spell over soft minds. For your victims must always have in the back of their minds the uneasy idea that you could snap at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum. Fire what cannons you will, and land a few strikes if you must, but for God's sake don't sink her. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea, although it can be done. They're dropping powder kegs, Kenway. Order your men to fire them with the swivels before they cause you any trouble. You've scuffed her up nice, only don't put a hole below her waterline. Fire! Careful now! You're doing heavy damage!
First try! Go as blood. Let's try again.
After you subdue a prize, project authority. Demand respect that you would never give yourself. This weaves a spell over soft minds. For your victims must always have in the back of their minds the uneasy idea that you could snap at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum. Fire what cannons you will, and land a few strikes if you must, but for God's sake don't sink her. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea, although it can be done. You've stuffed her up nice, only don't put a hole below her waterline. They're dropping powder kegs, Kenway. Order your men to fire them with the swivels before they cause you any trouble. Hold your fire, Kenway! You don't want to sink your first prize as captain. Careful now! You're doing heavy damage! Ease in close. We'll ready the grapnels.
I'm slowing down to capture the boat.
Do we board her now, sir?
Raise your voices, me trumps!
Drag them to their doom!
If they come, grab them down for us!
How dare you to turn your back on me? Yes. We celebrate.
Que tengo un buen dia, senor. I am Captain Hornigold, and this is my crew. We're sailors like yourselves, but quite unalike in our purpose. For we intend to take all that you own. Yet no harm shall befall any man so long as he remains at ease. Is that clear?
No me mate, señor. Tengo familia. Se lo suplico.
Anyone speak English? Inglés?
Little bit.
Tell your friends we're stealing your goods, and we won't hurt nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that?
Please to repeat.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Lock him in the hold, and take everything that isn't nailed down. Best we made for Salt Key.
Aye, we'll soak ourselves in rum, courtesy of one Ed Thatch.
Yeah, we also need to repair the boat. Almost broke it.
Let's get going. Good take today, Kenway. Half a dozen scores of that size and you'll be set for a year. Now let's sell this cargo and fix up your jackdaw with a few more trinkets.
Sod a year. I'm looking for a prize that'll set me up for life. The King of the West Indies, then?
We came to Nassau to get away from the likes of kings.
Well, I'll be a man of property and promise anyway.
Jesus, let that dream go, lad. Nassau is the place to be, not England.
Do you ever dream of the big score? A ship so full of gold and silver you just split it and sail home.
Sure, but it's only a dream. Every man hopes to find a dozen chests of gold with no owners. They're as rare as an honest king.
If you don't hanker after gold like the rest of us, Ben, then I wonder, what sort of a pirate does that make you?
Lad, wealth is a means. A force of creation, not an end.
He just wants to
Pirate
be free.
Republic, now that's an end. But if we ever lose her, it'll be on account of pirate captains who can't see past their own inclinations.
It's these pirate captains who keep the empires out and haul the prizes in.
Reef mains, douse topsails.
Salt Key is quiet and removed. The perfect place for our business with the harbor master.
Yeah, the hull needs to be upgraded.
Tax the sea!
Lárgate. Pronto estarás criando malvas.
Was there somebody shooting at me? There was. Not anymore though. One just praise. The officer going up. Stumble upon two enemies. Let's get fire service spot for this. Fisherman's village. Oh, they do have some loot. Devil's release poster. Devils of the Caribbean. An unconfirmed The Devils of the Caribbean release trailer was detoured by AI from recovered fragment files. They seem to have a friendly discussion, so that's not full of remedies. What is this local jail?
La suerte no te salvará.
We are friends. But the pirates are not usually. Have friends, it's worse. Sure. Some gold. Okay. Let's try to be peaceful and go down. Oh, killing half of the village.
I'm told you have something for me.
What might you be requiring?
Upgrades. Armored hull. Progress to unlock. Round and heated shots. Need to be unlocked. 900 to have heavy shots. Level 1. Next level. Not possible. Mortar allows Jackdaw to deal long range damage. Let's get that as well. Everything that is not locked away. Then appearance if we want. White cells. Tethered. This is from the deluxe edition. Ibon wind sail sets. Look quite nice. Buried treasure. Our crew can have different outfits as well. Even a wheel. Nice little skull. How about the figurehead? We have... This is from Witch Drop Ivory Mariner figurehead. Bold as gold. Now our boats go. fully repaired. Let me see what the message is about. Okay, we can't see anything from
Well concluded.
anymore.
The jackdaws looking mighty fine now.
It is upgraded version. I did lose a lot of gold.
Not a bad take today. Keep this up and Nassau will be the first city where men and women may live as God made them. Easy and free. All it takes is a few drops of blood, sweat, and a swatch of cloth.
We fly no colors out here, but praise the lack of them. So let the black flag signal nothing but your allegiance to man's natural freedoms. This one's yours. Fly it proud.
I will.
Hand over the docket I lent you. If we're to keep our republic afloat, we'll need guns as well as gold.
That means attacking the Navy.
So long as they're flying King Philip's colors will not offend our own monarch. As you've likely seen, the number of merchants roving these waters is 70 the number of military ships.
Aye, easy purchase, but in small doses.
Right. So to lure the Navy out of hiding, it's best to cause a bit of mischief.
70 metals collected.
That's right. So plunder and pillage as you see fit, Captain Kenway.
Hey, let's try to find more.
More sail! We need the bunch!
Ride the wind, for all she's worth!
L1 to aim and use to fire.
Ease off! Bring in some sail!
House those gallants! Ho! Sail ho! Military class brig on the horizon!
Good eye, man. Are you ready for this, Kenway? She won't go down without an honest fight.
Who's up for taking that brig, lads? Shout aye! Aye! That's a sound I like to hear. Pipe to quarters! All hands to cannons!
Careful around the Navy. They're as likely to ram you as fire a broadside.
Oh,
Let's test
no.
those powder barrels against them, shall we?
Fine, good thinking.
More sail! All sail! Fire! 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 Did everything she's great!
We'll need the carpenter to fix it!
Fire! Fire! Faster now! Fasten yourselves! Fire! 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 Fire!
Get right there.
Fire! Great! Fire!
We need a little bit of practice. Since I can't, like, ram the ship yet.
Sail ho! Military class brig on the horizon!
Good eye, man. Are you ready for this, Kenway? She won't go down without an honest fight.
Who's up for taking that brig, lads? Shout aye! Aye! That's a sound I like to hear. Pipe to quarters! All hands to cannons!
Careful around the Navy. They're as likely to ram you as fire a broadside.
Let's test those powder barrels against them, shall we?
Fire! Shorten sail! Brace for impact! All sails! He'll take it! Brace for impact! Douse the royals and tops! Fire! Fire! Fire!
I'm actually quite good. Not too much speed. We can move
Grappling
around.
hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Oh. They're not close. No defense for you. Really thought he can say more make it just right.
Over the top, lads! Kick him in the hand and give him a taste of British steel.
Nice. Oh, we can repair our boat, of course. Then we sank.
Let's not get shy now. Find another prize and take her. Are you beggared, Kenway? These cannons look like they were fished from a shallow wreck.
Aye, they'll do for now. Can't be relied on for much longer.
Get the tops and royals down! Give voice, you tars!
England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. England,
I don't have a harpoon yet.
right there if you can strike it, sir. Paddy McGinty, Paddy Dock and Jackie too. Paddy McGinty, Ollie, Ollie, oh. Shamrock and roll. Shamrock, roll and thistle too. Shamrock and roll, boys. Ollie, Ollie, oh. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. Ollie, Ollie, ho.
Do I need to move my camera a little? There's like a marker. For how aggressive the enemies are. You will see the goal as well.
fast as you dare. Set her back. Up yards, douse topmast sail. Fire! Ground on every inch of sail! Fire! Fire! Drag them to their doom!
Almost broke our boat.
Do not let them board us!
It's a bit of a chaotic one. Isn't it always? Oh, we can fully repair our boat. Not fully repair.
That was a rumble, by God. How do we fare?
Fine purchase, no mistake. Now I think it's time to lay low and bribe our way back into secrecy.
Agreed. So, how do we get rid of this notoriety we've stirred up?
Money, my boy. A well-placed bribe to the right government official will see the military off your tail.
Right, let's do that. I'll need to meet these good Samaritans at some point.
Smart thinking. A hunter's courtier scent. There's a cannon in every gun port. I'd give her a wide berth if I were you.
As I rolled out one morning, I met a lady fair. Timmy! Hey! Ring-a-jing-a-jing-a, ha-ha! Good morning, ladies all. Away you go, the bowler. Timmy! Hey!
Calm her down.
Good morning, ladies all. The first time that I saw her. Away you go, the bowler. The first time that I saw her. Let's go see Galahad. Hey, hey, jigga, ha, ha. Good morning, ladies all.
Back to the Zotki.
Haul up the royal!
Ship's moored, Captain.
We best have quiet a while.
We could swap our gear as well. Back to the Assassin. And have our pet. Gold Tom. Where are they though? Every boat needs a cat, but there won't be any mice.
Empires pursue me like lovesick puppies. Yet it is only you, my friend, who could satisfy me.
Hello.
Aye.
You need to vanish,
And
friend.
what would such business do for me?
Tell me, what does your heart desire? Companions to scale the heights of pleasure? Gold enough to rule your own empire? Or cannons enough to make even galleons fear you?
The gold will do.
Ah, a man after my own heart. He who has the gold can exchange it for any object he desires. I can provide gold and something more. Opportunity. We will talk again, Captain.
Intriguing.
I can keep the heat off. For a fee.
400.
Lovely.
There you go.
I'll make sure they forget you, friend.
Corrupt officers. Men who can be bribed with realities to make you want to do this. Price depends on your ability.
Now, will you replace those rotten cannons, or shall I fish out some rusted flintlocks for you too?
Have you business to contract with me?
150 metal needed for the next upgrade. Back in those days, it probably was not as easy as it was here. It's just
You're a
buy new
wonder,
cannons.
Kenway. You've a knack for this kind of work.
It ain't work if you love it.
Touch.
But I ain't doing this forever, lads. Only until I get enough coin to buy some land and influence back home.
Jesus, will you listen to your tripe? Still dreaming on about that strumpet back in England when you could have any better you wanted here and now.
Ah, such lofty goals for you gents. And here I thought I was in the company of scoundrels. A fine purchase today. What's the crew's mood?
All smiles and no teeth. And there's a few talking about meeting with Master Kid to steal from a nearby plantation.
Plantation? That's ambitious.
Profitable too, if we can manage it.
Aye. It's a good idea.
Listen to the crew.
Where is Master Kid?
Andreas Island. We're going after the plantation.
That depends.
I want to repair.
Is the crew ready?
They are. Any sign of trouble, and they'll know what to do. We've got your back, Captain.
You require my
sounds really nice.
services. Excellent. Good day. Well concluded.
Okay, let's see. Underwater chest. Maybe we can get to it. One island at a time.
Pescadores, he visto la captura que habéis escondido. Si tengo que volver a explicar nuestro acuerdo, lo haré con la culata del fusil. Por favor, te lo
Caesar permit. Caesar and forfeit. Some this is in accordance to section 92. See below. All goods, stores, supplies, and packages belonging to individuals but be forfeit if taxes are outgoed. If met with resistance, official personnel will not hesitate to use force.
No es culpa mía.
Tú, para allá! ¡Haré lo tuyo!
¡No me hagas daño!
You guys try to be the robbers. I don't allow that.
No quiero estar implicado.
Easy just to loot. And then
Look.
here is the other.
There's another letter in a bottle.
Whose love story is this? On the place of my right of the city I will call home for my 2 decades, and nothing but fond memories. Boston was a place of great beauty and peace. My father was a copper by trade, and my mother a modest house. She raised me as best she could. And together we lived along the southern shores near the barbs. Saw the warships in the comings and goings. Maybe I moved the camp back. It's just easier and it's less on the way. No, what's your favorite pirate song? Do you have one? We did find a new trinket. We don't yet have any rope darts. Reduces the gain of 1 death level from acts of piracy. I think that's good in this What else do we have on this island? Shanty. I don't see that the island would have any. Wildlife. Yeah, let's get higher.
Ship.
We could sell probably some of the stuff.
Hey!
What's your problem? I was just gonna buy. Now I'm on a fist fight.
To heave too! Keep up! Not good enough.
You guys cool? We're cool.
Quizá debería alejarme de aquí.
Now they sell me stuff. Buy a drink. Was it 100?
I did hear about a certain gentleman who went...
Was he giving us a tip? Rob. He was. 1 hour.
Ay, señor.
I'm not sure if we can take. 9 men's Moorish. This is a 1-star game, so easier.
Luck could be on my side today.
Está muy cerca de casa.
Players start the game by taking turns to place their 9 pieces on the board. If a player forms a vertical or horizontal line of 3 pieces, they can remove permanently an opponent's piece. Once all pieces are placed, players move
No quiero tener nada que ver con ese
spot
asunto.
to form mills and remove opponent's pieces. Then you reduce the 3 pieces a player may move to an empty spot, not just adjacent mills. Game is over when one player is either unable to form mills, and they have 2 pieces left on the board, unable to move a piece, all remaining pieces. Pieces on the
Bah, no quiero tener nada que ver con ese asunto.
What the hell is a mill? Well, let's give it a try.
Mierda. Hora de irse a casa.
No, una muerte reciente. Mejor me marcho.
Uy.
Ay, señor. No hace mucho
You
que he
left it
muerto.
open.
Cuánta violencia.
Hey.
Mierda. Hora de irse a casa.
Ah, no debería andar por aquí.
Bah, no quiero tener nada que ver con ese asunto.
Dios, hora de irse a casa.
Ay, señor. No hace mucho que ha muerto. Cuánta violencia.
You want to take away.
You would. You would.
Uy.
Bah, no quiero tener nada que ver con ese asunto.
No, una muerte reciente. Mejor me marcho.
Ay, señor.
No hace mucho que ha muerto. Cuánta violencia.
Ha muerto hace poco. Mejor me largo.
Hora de irse a casa.
Isn't this like one?
No es tu día de suerte.
I'm like blocking him all the ways.
No debería andar por aquí.
¡Hey! ¡Mierda! Hora de irse a casa.
Not.
Dios mío. Muerto. ¿Qué ha pasado?
Or he's like just moving back and forth.
Una muerte reciente. Mejor me marcho.
¡Uy! Ay, señor. No hace mucho que ha muerto. Cuánta violencia.
Casi me mareo al mirarlo.
Mejor no me entretengo aquí.
¡Hey!
Dios, hora de irse a casa.
No es tu día de suerte.
We're like moving pieces back and forth.
Violencia reciente.
No debería andar por aquí.
Ha muerto hace poco. Mejor me largo.
Mejor no me entretengo aquí.
Casi me mareo al mirarlo.
Hora de irse a casa.
Ha muerto hace poco. Mejor me largo.
Dios mío. Muerto. ¿Qué ha pasado?
No debería andar por aquí.
You can have that one.
Oh, he was able to take this one. Having those three over there. Okay, okay.
No es tu día de suerte.
Unfortunate.
Una muerte reciente.
Oh, he took away this piece.
Me entretengo aquí.
Casi me mareo al mirarlo.
That doesn't improve matters.
¡Uy!
Muerto. ¿Qué ha pasado?
A strong move.
Like now he will always remove one piece from there.
¡Hey!
Like win by that.
I'll take that.
Where I have here is one piece that I have. He's gonna win in 2 turns. Yeah, I didn't understand the game.
Don't make it too easy.
Debería andar por aquí.
Mejor no me entretengo aquí.
Ha muerto hace poco. Mejor me largo.
Well done, sir.
Not what I was expecting.
First time playing Not the best with those.
Jesús, ¿por qué ha venido eso?
Oh, my goal is already full. He can... It is up there. We need time.
The world is descending into
Off we go. What song are you? Come on, come on! No! Let's try to get to the convoy that I unlocked. Upgraded cannons. Ship is looking beautiful.
No use wallowing about here.
They are lost on the fore, come on!
More sail! We need to budge!
It is not the greatest weather to be sailing.
Raise your voices, me trumps!
Break up! Please don't stay your singing! Tie the line! Leave them alone, sir! I do not think we can stand against them, sir! The weather gauge confounds us, Captain!
Watch.
They've got friends, sir! Stand to the starboard!
Fresh meat here, do you mind to hunt it down?
They are too afraid to sing through the storm. Oh, there's the cook. There are pirates.
Devil swell! Over in cabin! Starboard cabin!
That ship ain't gonna make it, maybe we can. Is it coming straight towards us or not?
Give everything she's got!
Nasty weather building, Captain!
Set her back!
These dogs are King George's!
Let's see about the convoy. Is it doable or not? can't sing or have high-speed cells. It's fine.
Give us a song, lads. Fast as you dare.
Oh, don't just hear the old man say goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say goodbye.
Let's try to focus on the convoy first. Not sure if it will work out. That's where I'm sailing into.
Speed, lads!
Oh, here comes Johnny with what he must pay. Well, meet these fly cows and we'll ring the old bell. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well. And when it's in duty, we'll raise merry hell. Hurrah, we boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to the gals of the town. Goodbye, very well.
Ease up.
And happy your bullies and
Might need to slow down.
Up yards, douse topmast sails.
Bring in the top halyards! Pull!
Get the tops and royals down.
We'll leave up the anchor to this boy's down.
We hit on it.
Fast as you dare.
Then he be bullies were all bound homeward.
Set her back.
Wheel boys, oh, heave long and strong. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well. And sing a good boy for
Give everything she's got.
We are getting closer.
And over the water to England must go.
Hopefully we can take the convoy. I think they are already there.
Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Bunker, do.
3 boats.
Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the skipper is a rover. To me, Johnny
Calm her down.
Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny
Spaniards!
Bunker, the
All at once, sir!
To
Sir,
me,
to
Johnny
starboard!
Bunker, do.
Fire!
Looks like loose! Finish her! Hold your tongue!
Fire! Fire!
Grapples ready, Captain! Just stay the land!
Faster now! Ease her off! Raise your voices, me trumps!
Reef the foremans!
Report this. The other one I just crushed. still wants to fight.
Vas a morir por eso.
Nope.
That was nice.
Lower wanted level, okay. Back to 0. Gonna let you go.
Spanish ensigns!
Get them aloft, let's go!
Fast as you dare!
Reef the gallants!
Fire! Hit the quarters!
Toss!
Fire! All three! Give me more sail!
Fire! Brace yourselves! Fire!
Give everything she's got! Calm her down!
Fire!
This done it!
Fire! Fire! Use the topsails and gallants!
Listen, sir!
Brace for impact!
No tää hittas, okei.
Studs out! Let's get moving!
Gallants! Loosen
Fire! 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 Brace! Fire!
speed, lads!
Brace yourself!
No! They were stronger. We will take it. I want the convoy.
Loose some sail, we move!
I want to make them start shooting.
Fire! Crowd it on, all of it! Fire! 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 Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Vistas.
Ease her off! Fire! Right! Fire!
And they have a lot of fire. Too much. Okay, let's try with the mortar. We have 4 shots. Let's make them count.
Too powerful, Captain! They will surely sink us!
Give me more sail!
Get up those shrouds, let's move!
Fire!
Loading, sir! Look out! Pull the boat down! Their mortars up the rear!
Fire! Brace yourself! Fire! As much sail as you can! Fire! Fire!
We will need time and 6 anchors to repair that damage!
Fire!
Use everything. It's gonna sink first. No! Maybe it's too strong still. Maybe not. One more try. After that, we will move forward with the main mission.
Captain, they're too strong!
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
On your mark, sir!
Fire! Fire! Fasten yourselves! Fire! Fire! Tops! Gallants! Fire! Fire! Give everything she's got! Fire!
I got this just so freaking fast. Yeah, we're gonna leave the convoy there. That's still happening.
Give me more sail!
Wind at our back!
Full sail! Crowd it all! Speed, lads!
England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland. Holly, holly, ho! Paddy McGinty, Paddy Jock and Jackie too.
Not too close.
Holly, holly, ho! Shamrock and
Dolphins having a fun.
Shamrock, Rose and Thistle too. Shamrock and Rose, boys. Holly, holly, ho!
The wind is picking up,
England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. England, old Ireland. Holly, holly, ho! Hup! Ireland, Ireland. Royal Navy! Alone, sir!
They respect us. Let's go from this side.
The wind is shifting, Captain!
Set her back!
We're catching the wind now!
Faster now!
Dirty old man on a boat. Well, ours are up and done.
Swear I shall.
We'll pay Paddy Doyle for his food.
Royal Navy! Brig, sir!
Let's not yet try to capture every ship. I tried that for a while and it did not work out.
Calm her down! Fire!
No more singing! Time to fight!
Fire!
Damn! Got the angle wrong.
Fire! Ease off! Bring in some sail!
Just a small boat that we can
Ready to board on your mark, sir! Keep my deck clear!
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Hi, Alec. How do ships? When is the last time you've sailed a boat? Thank you for the tomato. We're killing everybody. When did you play the original? Look, that's my pet. I don't think there was ship pets on the original. Undiscovered location. Maybe we go there. ESP some yourself from Helsinki to Tallinn.
Let's get going.
Get those spars free! Let's see that
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Just as the original. Cat Island. There's monkeys. Actual 10-footer sailboat. Damn. How big was your crew? Oh, okay, okay. You've done enough of this in real life. I have not. I've been onto a sailboat, but not for working.
Those stores should be brimming with cargo.
Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker. We're pulling all together. Do me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, do me, Johnny Bunker. We'll hope for better weather. Do me, Johnny Bunker.
Ease the mains off the wind.
Tonsils in! Clue up! Set for debarking!
Heave to, lads.
Only two people. Sea of Thieves has it right. In this game, boats move like forklifts in a warehouse. That would have been a dead sentence. Nobody said this is real. You don't have this ability in real life either. Not everybody has loot. How you do it otherwise? Is there a game that you are waiting for to come out this month? Do you own a console, so would you be able to play GTA 6 before it's PC launch? That will take some time. You have a PlayStation 5, nice. Come here, you scared Englishman. Plantation is mine. There are more. Did he fall down? No, my aim is just bad.
Here you are.
Sliced and diced. Here we have some loot. But yeah, any other games that you are waiting for? You did have something for me. Hello Kitty Adventure Island 3! I remember Laurel streamed the first. Was it the second? Oh, that's a scarecrow. You want the anime game that's coming to Switch too? Oh.
Your life.
You don't want to buy the console. Can you borrow it? Needs a key. We haven't killed everybody. There's a whole second floor. Quite many guards. I think my brother has a Switch, not the 2 though.
I was calling my wife. She said she loved my jolly red coat.
I order you to halt! So you die! You can't outrun fate!
Both hitting air. We are perfect at fighting. Yes.
Pull of your guts out!
Nobody has aim. Where is your key? One guard on that side. no key. Normal horn. Rare trinket. Let's see about that trinket. Attacks break enemy defenses faster. Let's have that. Hey, is this 10 out of 10? We can pet the cat.
Come here, you.
And they actually willingly jump straight onto us. No, we are still missing the key. Where is it? New set of sails. Do you happen to have it? Any more cards? There's... Rest in peace. There's a view spot. Or synchronization spot. Let's get that. Can I say that it was a good night? We're able to. Most of them. Cat Island, there's no Edward's Island. Let's rename it. There's a song, and then there's the warehouse. Let's take this first. Oh, here's your path. You need to have correct angle. Need a key. Not possible. None of these guys had it. Maybe we need to buy a key from somewhere. Nope. think we are not too far off. My bad.
Give me more sail! More sail! We need to batch!
Tops and royals!
Upper.
Look ahead, look astern, look
Why not?
whether in the lee. Go high, go low, and so sail we. I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee. A sailing down along the coast, a high far free. Are you a pirate or a man of war?
Fire!
Go high,
Prepare to engage!
Douse the royals and tops!
Reef the foremen! All in the topsails!
Fire!
Oh, that actually destroyed me.
All sail! Fill those sticks!
Yeah, it's fine. Small little boat. No, we can maybe take a break.
Set her back!
Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish lady. Farewell and adieu to you, lady.
Fire!
Please receive
Fire! Fire! Fast as you dare! Calm her down! Speed, lads!
Okay, they want to show us the ass. Shoot this.
Fire! Fire! We get all tops! Fire! 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 Wait! Loose all, let's move! Fire!
Yeah, that.
Reef the gallants!
We got it.
Let fly the crackles of gold Assasin!
My boat.
Pull them in with a will!
Any who set
Let's
foot here!
lower the. My fight. I lost the crew member in these fights, but everybody can be almost. Makes sense though.
It's pretty to watch.
Let's lower the wanted level since we know we can repair. Better repair. Wanted level is not yet full.
Let's get going.
Hey, look! Do not leave
Trim
them
as near the wind as you dare.
Who's down? Man your sheets!
What I have marked. Yeah, the quest and the city. We could take this on the way.
Keep George! Yes, Captain! Cutter!
Faster now. Calm her down.
Fire! Hold your sword! All hands on deck!
That was fast.
Give everything she's got.
Now we have full crew again. We were kind of bully.
Bully in the alley, bully in the alley, bully down the single town. Sally, girl that I love dearly, bully in the alley. Sally, girl that I slice dearly, bully down the single town.
We must swim lightly! These waters are well guarded, sir!
They say Eleuthera's scaffolds were built from the splinters of ships like ours, shot to pieces by their cannons. Think of the great lengths the King's Navy went to spread such tales.
Nothing in front of us.
It's the bloody Royal Navy! It's a brig!
There's a lot of ships posted.
That wind's no small gale, sir.
Ease up.
Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish lady. Farewell and adieu to you, ladies of Spain. For we've received orders for to sail for old England, and we may never see you, fair ladies, again.
How long did it take you to sail through? That's just the island. That was a missed shot. Don't mind. Warning shot. Don't get close. They didn't understand it.
Speed, lads! Send her back! Cruise up! Eat her sticks!
Douse the ball, hurry!
Oh, they need the first
Trim sharp to the wind!
lose side of us. Or we need to fight. Which one you prefer?
Fast as you dare!
Yeah, they lost interest.
All in the stunsails!
The wind has blown around the leeward!
All sail! Fill those sticks! Give everything she's got!
-9 hours we had to sail. Crosswind. Oh, okay, so most of the time I had to change the direction.
Ease the mains off the wind!
Hard time. How exhausted were you after that?
Anchor's down!
Enough, so that you won't be doing it again.
Alright, leave off, Jack.
Oh, okay. This is as close.
Captain overboard!
Now that I took up from the ship, I like the swim. Andreas Island. This tavern. Not sail surfing.
Ahoy, Captain. Need to go underground?
Barely see a thing.
No, we're good. But like the wind was not going left or right. You were able to like sail one direction and then just chill. That's nice. At least it wasn't stormy, right? Know what to be find from this island. The treasure map, the sugarcane and its yields. First, go for the Thanks for the follows, Serad.
Might have left something behind.
Appreciate it. Half your heart is in heaven.
More treasure. Fine by me.
Heaven? Oh, no. Yay! What's your... Is that your favorite sea shanty? There's a lot of good ones. Avoiding big waves. How big the waves can even get to? Helsinki and Finland, Tallinn. It's not the biggest.
You go down like a sack of potatoes! Grenade!
Shoot the grenade out of his hand. Where else can we find this? Yep. There is something. This burger does not care, but guys. Three guys.
Take a look.
Got you!
There we have it. He got scared. Can get a few meters depending on the season. Yeah. I want the boat sizes, like what can actually sustain. Like you said you had a 10 feeder. Is that the biggest?
to break that
Like a way we can handle, or how does it go? Really, what is it? What is markup in English? Land crab. Word to word. $30 feet, not 10. Oh, okay. Yollas are closest to 10. That tells you a lot about me and my knowledge of seafaring. It is really not there. Curious incident at sea. There's still one secret left. Meters are more fun. Meters are more understandable. Feet are... like, you can have so many different size feet. Some have 32, some have even lower. Or smaller. Okay. You are the one who's gonna tell us where the next place. The pirate.
Why, look! It's the bastard son of the late William Kidd. Still a mere boy, and yet 10 times the demon his father was.
Fancy seeing you here, Kenway. Still looking sleek and mean. Did you steal that costume from a dandy in Havana?
No, sir. I found this on a corpse. One that was walking about and talking shite to my face only moments before.
Huh.
So, what's this I hear about a planned raid on a plantation? Not keeping secrets from me, are you?
Not very well. Every day,
They used
schooners
to
packed
treat.
with sugar sail past, coming from plantations nearby. Most times they stop here, sell off a few crates. There's one man visiting today that'd earn you a fine profit. So if you'd like to rob his plantation, I'll point him out.
I would.
Here, take this. It's deadly up close and from afar.
The rope gun or something like that. Last winter, when you were on a cruise to Sweden, waves got
More
almost
rope.
10 meters and you could
Easy
see the
purchase for
horizon
any
keep
sailor.
up and down. It was wild.
This way.
Just like a wave.
Follow that man, and it'll lead you straight to your prize.
So you were crying and
Is it a Mr. Beckford that owns this plantation?
That's the man.
scared.
He owns dozens round these islands, and he's bloody rich.
Just the sort
Sometimes-
I like to see robbed.
And
Or
he
you can
knows
sleep
it.
like that as well.
The Beckfords have their own army, courtesy of the crown.
Good. I'm only after the fattest prizes.
His agent's inspecting the sugar crates. Try not to scare him off.
Step forward. Me and my parkour abilities.
I could put Kid's gift to good use.
Let's try. It's not auto loot though. Fear isn't in my range of emotions anymore, unless it's frustration over horror games when you are useless and can't fight back.
That's Beckford's man.
To me.
We've done with this place.
Aye, sir. What's our course?
We'll return to the plantation and there take stock of our inventory. It was a good harvest this year.
You might not talk so loud, sir. This ain't anything like a friendly port, Ken.
Nonsense, man. I had a delightful conversation with a chap just now. We came to quite an understanding.
As you say, sir.
Like in Outlast, you can't do anything. Just film and run away.
Gotcha!
Okay, now we can be silent again.
Take what they haven't the gumption to make by their own effort.
Pirates, you mean? I think you esteem their ambitions too highly. Our plantation is well guarded. My connected friends have seen to that. All up and unfurl, boys. We're going home.
Am I gonna sail on his boat or
This
what?
moment, the day you caught the attention of your betters and took steps towards a true civilization. Till next. Adieu.
The lordly fool and his ship are headed straight for the
He can't outrun the jackdaw.
Yeah, we need to get on to our own ship. Then let him lead us.
Bloody!
Captain's on deck!
All aboard!
This score's too big to miss, boys. Let's sail!
Captain, you have the look of a man crafting a bold idea. A look I've seen before.
You mark well, Ade. I've just overheard one of the Beckford's men talking grandly about his plantation and all the cargo he's keeping there. And it gave me the idea that I might take these goods off him and sell them off for a better price than he'd ever ask.
Let's try to stay a bit of
man of
behind.
vision. I like this idea.
This man's working for Peter Beckford's people. Do you know them? The Beckfords and their sugar empire.
Aye. The Beckfords and the Draxes. I never worked their plantations, but I knew their names from hearing other men curse them.
But you worked a plantation, no?
A modest one, aye. As a striker in the boiling house.
Boiling house? Was it water they boiled? Something else?
Cane juices. It's a hard process making sugar.
Making rum.
Must be why it fetches such a dear price.
Free loot. I see dolphins. That's not the ship.
What's it like? Toiling on a plantation day and night.
Well, with the cane sugar cut and harvested, it's run between two metal rollers that crush the juice from the plant. Often it would happen that a man got his arm trapped in a roller and crushed to the thinness of a crane.
first.
In those times, it was an axe that separated the man from his plight, meaning his arm from his body.
Jesus.
After collecting the juice, it was time to boil away the waters from the sugar. This we did in thatches made of copper. But let me tell you, brother, boiling sugar is near the hottest thing on earth. Just a touch on the skin will stick like bird lime and burn on, leaving a terrible scar. I had friends lose eyes and fingers and arms working the boiling house. And as slaves, believe that we never heard a word of praise nor an apology of any kind.
That's a sorry fate. I should like to take this plantation and its owners for all they're worth.
Free the slaves.
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Don't want to let them be too far off.
Royal Navy, Captain! Schooner, sir! The wind has us!
holds festivities on a plantation?
It would be to our advantage.
Clew up the foremast main! It's a risk to anchor too close. The soldiers roving the plantation would catch us for sure.
Drop here then and sneak ashore. We'll look after the jackdaw. They're sure to be keeping the goods in the warehouse, locked and under close watch.
I'll have to slip past the guards and find the key.
Tread carefully, and we'll see each other soon.
This is the cat island that I already robbed previously.
Those stores should be brimming with cargo. Drop anchor!
Where's the cat? We can hear. Well, double time. Now we probably have the key. There are still a couple of guards. There's the key.
Did you hear? Master Beckford has procured for himself a unicorn horn. You feeble-minded thing.
Today's my birthday. Brandish Habitas. Although I'm barrel of alcohol, everyone is to partake and sing my praises. To ensure that this do goes splendidly, we'll take advantage of the shares in a my brother will most your shift. Swift fulfillment of my plans.
The brat should have the key.
Let's do it upstairs. He's gonna come here. Get Assasin.
A house full of tippers loaded with a gun. Which one's Beckford?
Counter range attacks with rope dart. Oh, I'm sorry, civilian. That's on me.
It's time I had a look inside that warehouse.
That is fun.
It warms my heart to see the gun.
Perfect pose. Back to the warehouse. This was silent enough. Those two do not care. But yes, this was the same Cat Island.
A good take. Now to slip away.
Same Cat Island I was earlier. He just had not spawned, or it was part of the mission.
Catch me some wind. Crowd it on, all of it.
Let's go through this side. I'm not gonna hit.
Give us a shanty.
Storm coming, so they stop us.
Now!
Singing robot.
Schooner, sir! The Royal Navy!
We can overstep.
Fire!
Oh, they already
Ease off, bring in some sail.
destroyed. Maybe we can repair. Our boat.
Put on some sail. Say the word to let fly grapples, sir!
Not one of the swamps that's put on
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Small boat means small resistance. Yeah, better repair the boat. One that level is really low.
Let's get going. Stunstones! Use all the wind you can!
Ride this squall!
Just some wine and sugar.
Give voice, you Tars!
There's deer. Delicious.
Royal Navy! More than one, sir!
Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
Fire! Hold your tongues and prepare to engage!
As much sail as you can!
Oh, get full sail straight into a freaking island.
All sail! She'll take it!
We'll have to rebuild that section
Action, sir! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Brace yourselves!
Brace yourself for fire!
Brace for impact! Fire! Fire! Ease off the wind! Haul in all sail! Loose and catch the wind! Fire! Brace!
They just are almost sunk in their friend.
Avoid her ram at all costs!
I do not have the ramming possibility. And I thought it's a 101. No, there was 3. That is a failed attempt.
Loose some sail, we move!
Unfurl along! The wind has us!
Fast as you dare!
And I think I hit that rock. Also, I heard or something.
Shanty!
It's a break! Keep Phillips bastards, Captain! They're all alone, sir!
Ease up!
Fire! Build your song! All hands on deck!
Douse the royals and talk! Every last scrap of duck race for impact! Fire! Fire! Douse all but main! Fire! Douse all sail! Fire! Fire! Loose main sails!
Get to your
Fire! Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs! Fire! Fire! Batten yourselves!
We took it!
Ease off the
Oh!
wind!
Muzzle your tops, Mitrums!
One run.
Unreef the mains!
Clear off and loose names!
Ease off! Bring in some sail!
She's right, sir. Should be board and take her.
This went better than the first time.
Yo, heave
Updates
ho!
like-
Heave! Heave!
I have a bad aim or what was that? Okay, that works as well. I think we need to repair. I'm gonna use the toilet to be right back. Felt nice, doesn't it? Be the true captain. Hey, hi, ho, 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 ho. Hey, hi, ho, ho, ho.
Let's get going. Trim as near the wind as you
I
dare.
know she's a good sailor. Now prove it, my trumps.
Faster now.
Give us a song. What is that? Can I fit through here?
Set her back.
I can. The pet is only visible like here.
She's a cutter.
We are losing the wind, Captain.
We'll fire on your mark, sir.
Is he a boat I want to take?
You're against the weather gear, sir.
Haul up the royals.
Throw the mizzen tops.
Get them aloft. Let's go.
We're so close.
Give voice, you tars.
It's on the other side of the island.
Buried back there.
No.
Drag the
the cap. Heave to, lads.
We're gonna I'm gonna have a look. It's like cool. Find the secret. Animal handlers.
This place looks familiar.
There is it here. Let's swap our trinket. Research.
Now that was pretty.
Two heights and one bow.
Poor sod. Anything on him?
Full body armor. Spaniard.
Another map, eh? The chest must be somewhere back there.
Let's look at it. It's the Abana Island. Salt lagoon in the middle. There's a viewpoint up here as well. How am I gonna get to it? I'm breaking all the last bottles. Angle.
Where have I seen this place?
But that's again like gold. What's that?
It has to be buried somewhere there.
Full health, full arrows. There's another here. That was just so far away.
It'll do.
So I'll take it. This time we didn't get the bush. We have a way from here. Get up. Will we have some kind of ability to climb trees? So I don't remember. This is not the first island that
The chest should be buried back there.
we have a problem of getting up. No man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a club be washed away by the sea, we are prisoners, as well as if the promontory were, as well as if a manor of the prince or the fine were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never sent to know. The bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Dolphins having a fun time. It is accomplished. This was not the treasure though. There is fun. But we gotta get tiara earrings and tapecables. Let's get back on the shore. We have 2 viewpoints for this island. If we now look at the map, the broken ship is on that side. We can see a couple of trees, 2 big rocks. So like over. Our fencing. Rum barrel and wine.
I've seen.
has to be buried somewhere there.
Do we need a shovel? How exact the position must be? Come on, Edward, we can take it. No sugar left behind.
This place looks familiar.
The chest should be buried back there.
So I'm hunting mostly for deer here. It's first.
Where have I seen this place?
You got cornered!
Almost too easy.
No, you're right.
Not bad.
Let's have a look at the map again. I will find it.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
That's what I'm saying about. How blind am I? Can't sense it, of course. That would make it too easy.
I've seen this place before.
Can't be up there. Maybe we need a shovel or we can come back. This one blind sailor can't find it. What are you guys up to?
Here's to our pirate republic, lads. We're prosperous and free and out the reach of kings, clergy, and debt collectors.
Near 500 men now pledge their allegiance to the Brethren of the Coast in Nassau. Not a bad
That is a
number.
lot.
Truth. Yet we lack sturdy defenses. If the king were to attack the town, he'd trample us.
Then let us find the observatory. If it does what these Templars claim, we'll be unbeatable.
Not that twaddle again, Kenway. It's a story for schoolboys. I mean, proper defenses. Steal a galleon, shift all the guns to one side. Would make a nice ornament for one of our harbors.
It will not be easy to steal a full Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind?
I do, sir. And I'll show you. She's a fussock, she is. Fat and slow.
That does sound good. Easy brain.
Captain, we've installed a furnace below deck and fortified the cannons for heated shot. It's deadly up close. The new shot won't travel far, so we'll still need to keep a good stock of round shot for normal range.
Fine work, Quartermaster. We are new to these cannons. I'd like to prove them first.
Aye. We could
Need
use
a
the wreck
charge.
for practice.
Oh, should work well.
Fine work.
L2 aiming from the broadside use triangle to switch to a powerful but short range signature. Perfect
Good
aim.
form. It looks like we have it.
Let's find this galleon.
These new guns will melt flesh right off the bone.
Welcome, Saraga. How you doing?
Made for jackdaw handles, nice. Pinched her from the Spanish, was it?
Aye. In the midst of a hurricane.
Just before the treasure fleet was smashed against the shore.
Was the haul aboard as rich as men are saying?
1,000 times that. I reckon £1 million worth of reals was sunk that day.
Devil love a hurricane. Might have a dive there one day. See what we can rummage up.
Diving them wrecks would be a nice change of pace for us. No need for violent actions against merchants and such.
Wow. That's some soft talk coming from a pirate.
I do like thunder a lot.
As it
And
happens,
rain as well.
I mostly agree.
Perfect weather.
We'll save the clashing at cutlasses.
Not to
for
be
the
sailing
military.
though.
And them that get in our way. Easy as she
But in
goes.
real life.
No telling
It's
what
fun
you
time.
may find out here.
Like staring through a waterfall.
Don't soil your breeches, lads. I got this.
We are looking for a boat. Where you are is a big question.
Full sail! Crowd it off!
Check those royals!
Here we're gonna
Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
Pull up all but men!
waves. Try to keep the ship aligned.
Get them aloft and furling!
Drop anchor!
We are tailing it. Let's not get too close.
Get them aloft, let's go!
That ship's a monster. Look at the size of her.
Aye. And we'd not last long face to face with her. You hear that, Kenway? Keep your distance. We'll strike when fortune favors us.
Under cover of darkness, most likely.
Aye, it may come to that.
I've never seen a ship with so many guns.
And you won't again, Quartermaster, not in these parts. That's why I want her. She'll shore up Nassau's defenses nicely.
make the king's men
We were
think
being
twice
too far
before
off
coming at
already.
us.
Is this the cover of darkness we have been waiting for?
I'm accustomed to being in agreement with your adventures, Thatch, but this one I'm less certain of.
That's puppy talk, Kenway. She's a dangerous ship. That's why we want her.
Easy does it, Captain. This is a fish we have to pull in slowly.
Listen to your quartermaster, Kenway. He's thinking all right.
We need to try to keep it at 500.
Full sail! Crowd it all!
The storm is still going on. Are they gonna get hit by a lightning?
Reef mains, douse
Copy now,
topsails!
my trumps. I'd not haze you.
Charles Vane. As reckless as they come.
We're opportunistic.
Not a man I'd call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect the man. Charles Vane, slinking off with his tail between his legs. That's good news for us. Bleeding bastards! We'll have to deal with this skirmish fast. Forget the galleon, and send these interlopers to hell!
Loose all, let's move!
Ready to box, sir!
Blaze! Fire! Fire!
We need the carpenter to fix that.
Fire! Fire! Speed, lad!
Let's try to find a better first angle.
Fire! 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 Bring the yards off the wind! Fire! Brace for impact! Let out some sail!
Coming on stairs. Hold that
Fire!
It should be that problem.
They're mine. Avoid them, sir.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
So close.
Fire! Fire! Batten yourself! Fire! Brace yourself!
No! It's all pretty too long. That big maneuver I tried to do did not work out.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
That ship's a monster. Look at the size of her.
Aye. And we'd
Let's
not
not be
last
too close.
long face to face with her. Hear that, Kenway? Keep your distance. We'll strike when fortune favors us.
Under cover of darkness, most likely.
Oh, you may come to that.
No, we don't. There's more ships waiting for us.
I've never seen a ship with so many guns.
And you won't again, quartermaster, not in these parts. That's why I want her. She'll shore up Nassau's defenses nicely. Make the king's men think twice before coming at us.
Arca de Meister. How many was there? 6? 6 smaller boats. Is on our side. No, they will be ambushed.
We are losing our fair wind.
Cannons! Royals! Fell!
Charles Vane. Reckless as they come.
An old friend of yours?
Not a man I'd call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect the man. Charles Vane, slinking off with his tail between his legs. That's good news for us.
You see the Spanish ships right side.
Keep leading, bastards! We'll have to deal with this skirmish fast. Forget the galleon, and send these interlopers to hell!
All sail! All sail!
Look away, died. Yeah, this was not the... well, not the way. But too close. A failure.
Catch me some wind!
Get up those shrouds, let's
It's not too far we are starting.
That ship's a monster, look at the size of her.
Aye, and we'd not last long face to face with her. Hear that, Kenway? Keep your distance. We'll strike when fortune favors us.
Under cover of darkness, most likely.
Aye, it may come to that.
Getting a harpoon would be nice.
I've never seen a ship with so many guns.
And you won't again, quartermaster, not in these parts.
I can't remember. Like, we have to dive as a fight a beast or not.
Twice before coming at us.
We'd best stay back from range of those guns.
Aye, that's more firepower than we're used to.
accustomed to being in agreement with your adventures, Thatch, but this one I'm less certain of.
That's puppy talk, Kenway. She's a dangerous ship. That's why we want her.
Easy does it, Captain. This is a fish. We have to pull in slowly.
Listen to your quartermaster, Kenway. He's thinking all right.
The weather gauge, sir. It's turning against us.
It's fine. Now let's get this. I don't know. Did I lose too much speed or what was it? Could also be dropping some barrels.
Charles Vane. As reckless as they come.
An old friend of yours?
Not a man I'd call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect the man. Charles Vane, slinking off with his tail between his legs. That's good news for us. Bleeding bastards! We'll have to deal with this skirmish fast. Forget the galleon, and send these interlopers to hell!
Oh, they are dealing like damage so freaking fast.
Brace for impact!
This went well.
All in the stunsails! Recommend! Do up gunners!
Let's loot. How you doing? How you doing today? Do you want to be a pirate?
I know the place. A natural stronghold used by a French
Have you sailed on a boat?
named Ducasse.
Julian Ducasse, the
Or
Templar.
just been on a cruise
Name's
ship?
right. Didn't know he had a title.
I know the man. And if he sees my ship, he'll know it from his time in Havana, meaning he may wonder at who's sailing her now. I can't risk that.
And I don't want to lose that galleon. Let's think on it. And maybe wait till it's dark before hopping aboard.
Secondary fire weapons. Each of the Jackdaw's weapons can be upgraded with new capabilities thanks to secondary. Black Island. We have a look.
Loose some sail, we move!
We need to repair and we have a wanted level as well.
Loose all sail!
Loose all! Party like!
We want to keep our distance from the pirate. 500.
Your stores should be brimming with cargo.
Set her back!
Let's try to dock here and pay our bounty. And repair the ship. Definitely need to repair the ship.
Haul up the royal! Trim off the wind, my boys! Ease her!
Auto installation system. We're adding a system for players who are consistently performing below the expected skill level of their current rank. When the system determines that a player's gameplay no longer meets the requirements for their rank, the game client will automatically begin the uninstallation process to free up storage space for more deserving players. Is that for a wide rift? What does that mean? Exactly.
No pillets! You're a pillet!
You run down a game and game uninstall itself for you.
Ah! Knew it! Too slow.
Okay.
Now we dance.
Sounds quite good. Roll emerge. But if you interpret from a path, the game will uninstall. But is it like after one game? How it will actually work?
Bastard!
Interested to know though.
Try this! Not good enough.
Where did he come from? Okay, do we have now peace and quiet? I wanted to see what the Black Island has. Suddenly we are... Ending Zion will be dead, but that's like the character's playstyle, which is mostly beneficial. Welcome, Claire. How do you feel about G2 beating T1 3-1? The last game was such a crazy. Auto installation system we're adding for around game champions and skin related resources, such as models and high tier post videos. When the game client's disk usage reaches a certain threshold, the system will start the auto installation process. Oh, like, I don't know if you have been watching Laura play. Like, she doesn't have most of the skins or resources on her phone downloaded. Was there like 14 or 20 people whose pickums are still available?
I'm not part of any of this.
Oh, that's the dude we need to get rid of. how big of a banger the game was. Goddamn. Craziness. You don't have champ resources downloaded.
I'll have your liver out, mate. I got you dead to rights.
You mean tell 12 teams left? No, there's less. Well, it's Saturday gonna be EU versus NA, G2 versus Lion. Oh, 12 champ resources. No, 12 gigabytes left on the phone. Champ resources are 8 gigabytes, and without it, your phone is 64. Yeah. Oh, only 12 people with the perfect pickers. Only 4 teams left. Who are? Humble Life is still. Are they playing versus PLG then? How they go? On Friday, oh, could be. Yeah, we can fight those guys.
Any last words?
You may try to be a big boy. Humble Life BLG and G2 and Lion. Humble Life BLG is tomorrow. Winner goes to fight. Okay, yeah, then it's definitely like on Friday. Then they have off day on Saturday and finals on Sunday. Hey. Hello, mister.
You go down like a sack of potatoes.
Your last mistake, mate.
How did I think that? Yeah, it's it could have been for inting side, like playing really badly the game as well. Wouldn't mind if it increases the or makes the gaming experience better. Incredible. Are we gonna let him drink, or we want his bottle? I feel like I want his bottle. Who's next?
Out not too long ago.
I'm looking for a thing. The thing that you the bosses you don't see it in the path. Only the. Maybe it's then like a, I don't know, rumor. Rumor about. So many cards here. Turn around, my man. He's just watering the plants. Imagine they will really. That would be special.
Slip away! Hey, maggot! Raise the alarm! You're next! You can't escape! What, you got away, eh? Do you it?
Oh no, that's not good. Where did they have the bell? I thought I took care of the only one.
Oh, that was nice.
So I didn't.
Bleed for it.
So yes, who are here left? I need a key. Any of you guys have it? That feels like a key. No, we have it. Oh, here was another bell. Yeah, I hadn't seen it. Something upstairs. And it's another place that we need to go. We have seen this painting before. It is a beautiful. That's a bad idea. What flag is that? Where is the warehouse itself? There we can see a green marker. Oh, still one guard left.
I'm not in right.
Nice try, man. Bye bye. What we will find. That looked really swiftly. We did get some back. Where's my boat? There's no roasted chicken. That does sound really nice. Enjoy it. We have the point on the other side of the island. And a chest. This warehouse will respawn just a bit later.
Not good enough. I'll take my revenge.
My party practice.
I'll be the tar of ya!
Die for that.
Not bad. The justice itself is down there. Let's escape for the view. Well, here we have another. Captain Morgan's radio. It's stuck. He did say 1 out of 3 secrets. Where are the rest? Hi, Almeida. How you doing? When is the last time you've actually drank some rum? Are you a big fan of Captain Morgan? We did get his suit, if I read correctly. Yeah, Captain Morgan's wedding goat. No more Master Assassin robes. No, we do look like a pirate. Would be nice if there was a collab with Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Would you want to be Davy Jones or Jack Sparrow? You can't remember last time when I got from, but maybe next weekend you could have bought them from a friend.
Oh.
I also found his pistol. Those were some big jellyfishes, by the way. Is that the letter I already read? I feel like it was. Yeah. We are missing the sails. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Maybe it's up here. No. That's...
Captain gets wind there's more treasure, we'll be left with nothing for ourselves.
It was never ours, mate. It belongs to the crown by right.
When it comes, windows. He doesn't care about his friend. My god, but that is not a secret. Let's see what's up here. No, I've been here. It's like on the opposite side. Maybe we find it next to the You can clearly see where I've been. There's a pile of bodies showing the path. One secret missing. Where is it? Ah, there is the chest. Let's go for it. Oh, sorry, Matt. I'm in a rush. Oi!
Try this!
Jesus. He had a weapon. Don't want that. Who would not want to get shot? Black ship sails. Oh.
Now, get him!
Yeah, we kind of do want to have to take it though. Not straight. Sword fight. Here we were. My friend said speaking of eternal sleep. Does that to you? No, we were not able to decrease our wanted level over here. That's what I originally came. Pistols do not consume ammunition. Okay, that's actually not a bad passive. A set of flintlock pistols once owned and used by Captain Morgan. No bonuses. We could have more officers soonish. Brokers to unlock for many things. To everything. I like this.
Unreef the mains. Get the tops and royals down.
You heard the captain! Move!
Fire!
Ready to back!
Fire! Douse the royals and tops! Fire!
I do not think we can stand against them, sir!
Haul them in! Get off the wind! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Brace for impact!
Loose all! Let's move! Fire! Reef the topsails and gallants! Fire! All sails! He'll take it!
Nope, she didn't take it. Let's try a different way.
Loose some sail, we move!
Let's catch some wind, lads.
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
Oh, now this time the ship is not lost. It's fine.
Give us a shanty! Fast as you dare!
Just hear the old man say, goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say, sorry, boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to Liverpool town. Goodbye, quite the squall picking up, Captain. We're more than shooting, they will come down.
Look at the loot.
Calm her down!
All hands on deck! Fix that!
Douse all but mains! As much sail as you can!
Yeah, happy with one. Yeah, shooting us so far away.
Reef the topsails and gallants!
Let's repair our boat. It definitely needs a lot of it. Unfortunately. It's a bit broken down. What? I thought we boarded. Yes, we didn't.
Fire! Fire! Loose all, let's move! Faster now! Ease up!
Try not to get too far off.
Crews up! Eat her sticks!
Just say the word, Captain.
It's not giving the boarding. Oh, no. Now it can.
Fire!
That's not far enough.
Raise! Fire! Brace for impact! Fire! Every last scrap of
I
back
want
on
to
the wind!
get this first.
Reef in all tops!
Yeah, now we are boarding. Did it, like, fail or what happened?
Paul! Reel the lubbers in!
Come on, please. Nice. Two versus. Two strike force. Repair. Oh, we do get one bar at least. That is a little bit of. Oh. No.
Loose and trim too! Stunts out! Let's get moving!
You don't have too much. You have fight versus the other one.
Cruise up! Ease her sticks! As much sail as you can!
Let's try it. Fight versus this.
Fasten yourself! Fast as you dare! Fire! Fire! Give everything she's got!
Oh, that really hit us.
Grease the topsails and gallants!
Who's shooting at us? Tap out there.
Loose all! Let's move!
Nope. They have company. That was not 101. You know they're good.
Give me more sail!
Let's ride this blow, lads!
All right, Jack, sing!
Say, was you ever in Rio Grande? Away to Rio! It's there that the
Set her back!
down golden sand and we're down to the Rio Grande.
Marijuana. We can check that.
Fast as you dare!
Have I lost some crew?
Calm her down! Well sung, lads! Me thanks!
I like the wheel a lot.
Hands in the water!
There is something. There's a lot of something. Eating coconuts. Or half coconuts. Two chests.
Could be something.
We will get some pork meat today. There's also some. We're gonna get there. Oh. Raw food. We get a treasure map.
More gold to get my hands on.
It's actually from this island as well. We should look at the map. Solaris.
A slaughterhouse. Oh, it's foul.
Let's look at it. It is in Codex. This whole island, and then there's another island in front of it. Now, on which side are we? That's the Show us your secrets. What's the map for this island, though? At least we do have chest. Let's go for that first. No jellyfish this time, man. No sharks either. I don't think the underwater fighting is... At least the fighting colors are over. Let's get back to shore. Have a look at the map. Or the treasure map. Was there one? I don't know how I didn't find this. I've been standing on top of it. We need to buy a shovel. Oh, the sign. I will use toilet this time. Be right back. There once was a sea captain who didn't feed his crew. Then one day, they took him away.
Unreef the mains.
Lay aloft and loose mains.
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind. Ease the mains off the wind.
Here.
We're catching the wind now.
All sail. Fill those sticks. Let's have a song then.
Oh, do me Johnny Poker, come rock and roll me over. Do me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Poker, the skip out is a rover. Do me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Poker, the meat is never sober.
I don't want to butcher the singing. Jag tror sjunga långt.
Do me Johnny Poker, the bosun is a sailor. Do me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Poker, we'll all go on a jamboree. Do me Johnny Poker,
Spanish colours come in!
Oh,
And a
do
war!
me Johnny Poker, the packet is a rolling. Do me Johnny Poker, do.
It is broken down. Is that...
Gallants! Royals! Fire! Stunstows! Use all the wind you can!
Would have been too good. Blocked by a progress.
Give everything she's got!
Do me Johnny Poker, do.
Ease up!
This is where we try to get to the boat. They're on the other side.
Hit that cathead.
Gentlemen, as is custom among our kind, we do not plunge headlong into folly on the orders of a single madman, but act according to our own collective madness. The object of our attention is a square-rigged galleon, and we want her for the advantage she'll bring Nassau. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship, stomp and shout aye! Aye! Those who oppose, whimper nay!
Never was the King's Council so unified. Swing the
We have a
jackdaw
plan.
around to the cove's entrance.
Everybody's
Make
aboard.
as big a show as you can.
Aye, Captain.
Great Iguana. Julian the Cops. Where can we find him?
Get up those shrouds, let's move.
See, no interesting ones. Just beautiful
Damn this
boats.
wall.
You are the best. Oh, yeah, this would be easier. Maybe too easy. have a chest at least. What? You don't want to make the jump. Easy.
That was too bloody close.
I feel like the chest is on the other side. Yes, down here. It's really like on a plate. Not seeing more. Oh, here's some climb. Or not. Here. Here we can go higher. Like, really? Doesn't these rocks next to me look like those could be used? Guess not. That does take us higher. This is the path then. Okay, Julian, where are you at? See, someone has been guarding here. Something for me.
They shot him right in the head!
Ducasse hasn't lost any of his charm.
Pardon. What was he staring at?
¿Qué ha sido eso?
No está ahí. Vamos.
Cuando encontremos a esa rata, la voy a destripar.
Nada de eso. Ducasse quiere interrogarle.
No, he wasn't fired.
¡Se te acabó lo bueno!
Come, come, come! Little patience. There we are seeing chest and loot. That's where I'm heading.
Shall I bring you to the manor then? Mr. Ducasse is in a full mood.
No, please. I've told you all I know.
If the runaway doesn't show, we'll be back.
Voy a hundir la cabeza.
There you are. Dare to try to shoot.
El corazón por eso.
Installa. Welcome, Raiders! What were you playing today? Thank you, Adro. Really appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. Let me give you the shout-out. This is the new Assassin's Creed. Black Flag Resynced original game was released 13 years ago. I've been having a lot of fun. You were getting your butt whooped. Were you playing the... what is it called? Honor of Kings. I can't leave loot behind. Yes. Full release for the game is on Thursday. Here I'm trying to have a free shower, but I have a character interested in it. You are a dirty pirate. Looking for treasures. They are only serving food. Let's see. Higher point of infection. Ah. This is, by the way, supposed to be Captain Morgan's costume. When is the last time you've had some... For me, it's been a while. Yeah, if this is your first time on my stream, playing a variety of different games right now. This Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Alright, Ducasse, let's see what you're hiding.
At least. Both will take a bit of time. Will be a lot of fun for me. Right now, this is the hardest difficulty. In Kingdom Come, there you have hardcore and then not hardcore. Since it's my first playthrough, I'm not playing hardcore. If I, like on the first game, first Kingdom Come Deliverance, there was also those two options, and if you chose hardcore, you didn't see map. No, you saw map, but you had no HUD. Or no pointers. And I was so lost. I was even lost with the map, so... But the combat difficulties do not change on the Kingdom Come. Here I'm not so sure. Let's say it's a bit harder. Like the stealth as well, but nothing that's been stopped. Only thing that's been stopping me is the ship. My boat is not the strongest yet. No way. Still in the early hours of the game.
Vamos!
You didn't see that. You're hidden. Yeah. Oh, we have plenty of enemies here. Oh, there was a path to not fight. Okay. You do not get the EXP from.
No tuve elección. Como
digas.
Todo ha sido muy rápido. Escucha, ese hombre tenía una espada y se lanzó contra nosotros. ¿Entendido?
¿Qué vendes a unirte? ¡Rápido! ¡Que no se escabulla!
Oh, hey. Chillax with that.
You'll have to do better than that. ¡No! ¡Te voy a hacer pedazos! Missed!
Bad aim.
Your last mistake, mate! ¡Te voy a rajar de arriba abajo!
Okay. First time using the quick fire. We do have a harpoon as well. I've hanged just one man with that. Not the most practice. "13 meters high up," I suggest. How I've heard that job is a good question. This time, one just missing. Maybe it's further ahead. Oh my goodness. With all the resources to be able to buy the upgrades for our boat. Have to keep the crew happy. And us be the strongest as well. Can't see it. Here we have a couple of enemies.
Las pistolas exóticas de Ducas han desaparecido y dicen que es culpa mía. Cuidado, ese hombre puede ser muy cruel.
Not enough range. Can any of them come back up here? They can. I'm ready to fight. While we are waiting, let's have a seat. We play on defense then.
Now we dance!
¿Estás aquí, amigo mío?
¡Seguidlo!
I think I got him stuck. saw me first year.
Got you!
Harry is really strong when you do the perfect break. Is this? No. Not a toilet. There's a lot of guards. There we have the green things. Let's go. First the house. That's my
Ducasse is a bit of a dandy. Oh, cuts
Paintings
as deep as any blade.
I regret. Sculptures I despise, for none can reflect the beauty of mine eyes. Look in thy glass and tell whose visage you see. Alas, none are quite so handsome as Some people have a lot of ego. Ducasse, the rats that plagued us have been exterminated. Your friendship is a gift. Allow me to express my gratitude. I'm certain you will enjoy this one. Commander Chuck's Assault. There's another letter. Standards are slipping. Another shipment is late. We are losing profits. You are aware of the consequences. The difference will be extracted from your pay. We have standards and you must meet them. I will personally inspect the next hub. Be ready. Ready for everything. Seems we might need to take care of those guys. Oh, it's only 3.
Now we dance.
Oh, it's only 2. Oh, 3.
Esto acaba aquí.
Try this.
There's none. The bed. Yeah, about the treasures. Huh? There is still one thing that I have. Oh, it's a song. Whiskey Jolly.
No te salvará.
The load is below. We'll get to that.
Those prisoners may know something I don't.
No te atrevas a mirarme así.
Lend us a hand, and we'll tell you what we know.
Hold up. Making the path clear first. Induce one. Plus.
Thank you. Dukas is a hard master.
Not for much longer. Where can I find him?
Oh,
By the
congrats!
docks.
Sorry,
We
no.
can take him together.
Aye, I'll catch you up.
What have you now downloaded to the phone? Which up first the first? One state RP. Time to troll people. I hope you have a great time. That is the ship we want. Is it beautiful? Oh. Let's see what we have here. Look, like there's that one thing below us. I am a brave soul. Some may call madman. Which Discord after your after my stream? Sounds good. Well, that's a straight path up, right? How do we get down? Where's the entrance to the cave? Almost left this here. Wheelock's pistol.
Yes, maybe a snob, but he's got taste.
1 out of 6 secrets, man. That's many.
Are they feeding you well?
Now we are back at the mansion itself. Here I haven't found a way to get down. Oh. Okay, maybe it's part of a quest that we got a key. Make this great Inagua be over. I truly do not remember the story.
Up and over. Not today.
Big boy.
Now that was pretty.
His best. No. Looking at this, there is no entrance. I do have one more enemy down there. So there's more fighting.
Break their line!
You guys are ready? Pretty left.
Go easy on the rum, little one.
¡Han desenvainado! ¡Detenedlos!
How do you like that double? One extra swing. Oh, there's more.
Keep after him! ¡Maldita sabandija!
Oh, he can swim. Not like in Odyssey. Okay, maybe this wasn't high enough. I don't think he's at the door.
This is the last time you will see land for a month.
Go to the boat itself.
Lively, lads!
Try an air assassination. We don't need to go.
Vamos! Deprisa! Before harbors to it is weak.
Remember the gift you gave me? Well, it answers just fine.
Fils de putain! As bold as a musket ball, and still half as sharp.
I'm sorry about this, mate. But I can't risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around.
I pity you, Boucanier. After all you have seen, after all we showed you of our order, still you embrace the life of an ignorant and aimless rogue.
What's this?
His petty larceny, the extent of your ambition. Have you no mind to comprehend the scope of ours? All the empires on Earth abolished, a free and open world without parasites like you. Que l'enfer que tu trouveras soit le fruit de ton insouciance.
My boat.
The cove is ours!
A despicable display. This
Drunken
tosspot is a
memories.
ruined man, Caroline. Unfit for life on land, much less at sea.
If he goes to the West Indies, it's you who'll suffer.
Father! Father! Come, love. Up with you now.
That old muckworm! He's wrong about me!
I hope it's so.
You believe me, don't you? Can you not see me? Standing out there on the deck of a ship that's sliding into port. And there I am, a man of quality. With 1,000 doubloons spilling from my pockets. Like drops of rain. I can see it.
What do you dream? Same type of... Or do you want to be more like Uncle Scrooge? Swinging on his pile of
Wake up, Kenway.
dumplings.
What's that about?
He left this morning with the
That
galleon.
would look
As
so
faith,
funny.
we'll discover a good use for this
Definitely.
old cove ourselves.
Aye, we'll make something of it in time. We could keep a fleet here if we liked. And with a bit of fixing up, it'd be a decent place to call home. Might even convince my wife to come one day.
You're married, are you?
In God's eyes, I am. She left me some time ago.
Even so, keep that fact hid away. Most of these pirates don't respect a man with higher commitments than rum and plunder.
Call mine honor. Let me know if you find anything.
What are these? Maybe that key fits the house. Temple key. Let's give it a try. Because there is a chest beneath this. James Kid can await us. My dearest lady, too late I found your letter, and have barely endured the torment of guilt. This brought me. I failed you. I should have been here to protect you. In my own selfish misery, I am writing this as if you were alive, really, and so be forgiven. I thank the Almighty you still live in our return, long enough for us to say our goodbyes. I saw the light and leave your eyes. I will never speak of them more. No words have been framed in any language of men that can cause such a thing. I found your son nearby. He had fought bravely, and I was cruelly run through. His own blade was nowhere to be found, though I searched for it in many others. I must assume it is with these killers. I buried him next. I will give you my promise that with whatever time is left, I will honor your final shampoo, your beloved house to rights, for my own end, until the day we are together again, forever, Turner. There's not much left of their house. Let's try to sneak up on this.
It's pretty to watch.
Two letters, two bones. No. Was that the secret? Or do we still have some? Mayan Stellet. One chest, one song. And 4 secrets left. There's a lot of different things on this island. There's still more. How do we get down? Do you have entrance? We're like back up again. There's 2 of you. Oh. We will find out. Find that layer. Now it's time to follow the James Gate. So, oh God, actually. Hello.
While you was snoring, I did find a few things of interest. Come and keep up.
What are those?
This place has promise. Though we could use some improvements. Add a store or expand the tavern.
Just what the world needs. Another swill house overflowing with drunken swabs.
Maybe they will tell us about the secret cave. It does look like a different path. We're back at the village.
Looks like these folks were used for target practice.
Punishment for those who do not share Ducas's vision. Yet, he's kind compared to others I know.
Not healthy. But that's supposed to be kind.
These must be ancient.
Aye.
So,
they're solid enough.
this is the Mayan. The place.
Odd-looking things, aren't they? Old and weathered.
Is this what they call Mayan? Or is it Aztec?
Are you good with riddles, Edward? Puzzles and ponderings and the like?
No worse than the next man, why?
I think you've a natural gift for it. The way you think and work. The way you understand the world.
Well, I don't know about that. You're talking in riddles now and I don't understand a word.
Clamber on top of this thing here, will you? Help me solve something.
Sure. About it.
Concentrate and focus all your senses. Look past shadow and sound.
Ah, right. I know this feeling. I have since I was a lad. It's like using every sense at once, isn't it? To see sounds and hear shapes. Quite a combination.
We can also move the other man. X marks the spot.
Every man and woman on this earth has in them a kind of intuition.
Let's see what it is. Don't remember what these were.
You are a gifted man, Edward.
Has a strange look. Is it worth something?
Nothing you can spend. But if you find all of them, it'll lead to something grand.
How many?
A few dozen, I think. This way. I've something else to show you. That's not all I found.
Kid, we've weathered a fair number of storms together. And yet, much of you remains a mystery to me.
I have to get the song. No, back to the James kit.
Are we to be friends now, Edward?
I want to know a bit more about the mates I'm with. Like the whole business with this vision. And this mentor you speak of.
A guide. He helped me find my own potential. Play your cards right and you might meet him.
I go where the gold leads. I know well what I want and how I can get it.
Look
Here
how much
we
gold.
are. What do you think?
I think Monsieur Ducasse was a man of many secrets.
Aye, and look here. A solid staircase leading God knows where.
Lady Summer's unfinished letter. Dear Bernard, I should begin with an apology. Verano House has succumbed to a state far lower than your standards would allow, and yet there is little time for upkeep, as we have acquired a visitor. A Frenchman calling himself Ducasse arrived, saying he knew the previous owners. I cannot recall ever seeing him before, and I can find no mention of him in our records. However, he insists, and so I'm obliged to accommodate him, despite feeling quite uncertain about the matter. There is a roguish air about the man that puts me on edge. Most concerning, he has taken a particular interest in my son. He watches him for a long period, saying nothing. There is no kindness in his gaze. I've told the boy to avoid him, and he keeps to the yard, training with the blade you gave him. You have taught him well, but still I worry. He is so young, and that blade seems to be what fascinates our guest. Repeat. Good. Glad we got rid of it.
What do you suppose lies at the top?
From what I knew of Ducasse, I wouldn't be surprised to find eclectic instruments of torture and villainy. An Iron Maiden or a collection of thumbscrews.
Or a pair of anguish.
Hair. Okay, now we are inside. There is a costume.
Not a nice way to kick off. But that is some damn fine gear.
Needing.
Try the key you took from Ducasse.
That's one. Only 4 left.
Aye. It might be that these 4 Templars have them. See the names here? They've been sent to kill these 4 targets.
Hang me, that's the map I sold to Governor Torres in Havana. He said it marked the location of Assassin encampments.
You think maybe you owe them a bit of warning, then? If you have any kind of heart beating in that chest.
Suppose I could? If it leads me to the 4 other keys.
Bad
We will
excuse
wait.
is better than none at all.
Make an ambush. Templar hunts. Spanish Blake.
Are you the new owner of the house?
And who are you?
My name is Bernard Edmund Woodhouse, the butler of Verano House.
Edward Kenway. Ducasse had a butler.
I served the rightful owner, the widow Lady Catherine Ann Summers. She was lady of this mansion and the isle it rests upon.
Is this her?
Yes. Lady Summers was committed to this place. Her sanctuary, she called it. She wanted a better life for the people here, and a home where she could display her art collection. It is my final task. I seek to continue her work and to fulfill her wishes. I cannot do it alone.
I get your meaning. You'd have the coin from my pocket fund a hunt for your art pieces.
The locals here require aid, and the lady's collection was no doubt sold off and scattered around the Caribbean.
Why would I bring them here when I can sell them for a profit elsewhere?
Because I will pay 3 times what anyone else will. You see, the lady had no other family left. In her dying breath, she bequeathed me enough.
You drive a hard bargain? I accept.
We have a deal.
Ducasse was a mindless animal.
He knew nothing of honor or decency. Your killing of him was well done.
And this blade, I didn't know. You should take it.
It belongs to you now.
Each ship brings me more profit.
Start a mission. You can dispatch the ships you've collected to undertake the missions. Control the cursor to select the mission pawn. Select the ship. Assign the ship to a mission. There are 4 mission types in every sector. Each mission offers unique rewards and requires a specific ship to complete. Trade requires a schooner. Piracy requires a brig. Scouting is for frigates, and patrolling is for men of wars. Every mission carries a risk level. Your ship will take damage when completing a mission. If the ship survives, the mission is successful and you'll earn the rewards. If the ship's HP reaches 0, the mission fails. The ship will be destroyed and lost forever. So choose carefully. Fleet management. In the menu, you can manage your berths and ships. Repair also ships to restore the HP, and salvage ships to scrap them for materials. Unlock new berth slots to dock more ships. Capture one of the forts to unlock this area. We have new boat, Venus. It is a brig. Then 2 empty slots. That is not yet available.
That's some damn fine gear.
The flight into Egypt.
What sort of land is Egypt? I'd like to visit given the chance.
Ship models. Check though. Let's have the revenge. Oh, these are all like slots. All different types of boats or ships that we may acquire. Do you have some empty spots left? No table decorations.
This place is still a shadow of its former self.
Hideout.
This
War
still
can be
doesn't quite
upgraded.
feel like home.
We were talking about what was it? A tavern. But I guess we are building a facade. When rebuilt from its crumbling shell, this location will serve as your grand estate and a symbol of your growing power. Protection money box unlocks 1 new ship berth for Kenway's fleet. Okay. Protection money. The people of Great Inagua will regularly pay Edward as more buildings and improvements are constructed.
It's
we have
still
more.
missing a little something.
Tower and garden. 8k. I have 22k. We made it. We have a garden as well.
Now,
is
what
the
could I
third?
add to make it perfect?
Guest house, and it's 20k. Don't have that. Not enough. You would need to capture the fort.
Now I've got a place to come back to. I will return when I can.
Is there already some money? Maximum 3.5k. 10 per minute. Let's see if we can find. Can't put the paintings. The main reflects your fortune. More really is to see its interior glow. There was a path. I was so close. Huh. Yeah, I was here. I don't know how I didn't see that. We did have a couple of animals. Pigs and what was it? Jaguar. Skins available on the side. And then of course a couple of more seagulls. Where we may find. Let's have a look. Wild pig, iguana, scroll, white jaguar, cat distribution system. Something is efficiently killing rats in the hideout. There's a treasure. Let's go for the jaguar first. It is close by. We see you. Okay. Dealt with. I did have to. Let's see. One remedy. Oh, white pig, not white. Wild. Wild pig is the next one that is close. Some treasure maps are torn into pieces. Our map told us that there will be a park. Maybe it comes available later on. So let's go for hyperfoot. How are we gonna get there? This is just go outside of the island. I annoyed it. How you do today? Let's see if we have a higher access. Would that make it possible? Get to the other side of the island. That seems to be going straight to the key. Appreciate it. When did you play the original Lost? No, this is not the way. Let's try to find the other way. Long time ago. Yeah, I think I played it around the release, so not memory about the story. Almost nothing. It's good to be back. Yeah, I don't see a path there. Maybe we can find something from here then. We are getting closer. So I just unlocked the hideout. Now I have my own island. Straight in Aqua. Oh. Okay. That explains. Not yet available. Do we have... Oh, since we are on a mission here. Get attached. It is fine. The amount of treasure will become sizable. I have just the basic, or the first upgrades of the ship. Everything else has been blocked by stock operation.
Thank goodness for you lot. I'm sick of hearing the Spaniards fawning over their King Philip.
You're fine, my good people. I need like 15,000.
Oi, Captain Taff. If the lads
have the last upgrade.
Could see me now, ordered round by a Welshman.
Jesus.
What does this want? Oh, Harbour Master. Restore.
I'm
Oh,
needing coin to set up the shipyard, Captain. The faster I have the needful gold, the
our
sooner
own.
our ships will rule the waves.
Only 500. Worth the much money. So from here we can buy upgrades. You happy? We can upgrade it. Unlocks availability of jackdaw upgrades up to tier 3. Oh. This is how you become poor. You use your money non-stop. There's availability. Now it's asking 5k. Availability of all jackdaw upgrades. Let's go. We will get loot and more rails.
What might you be requiring?
Once we try to steal more. Okay, some of the things we can upgrade. Round and hidden shot. That's only 900. For a broadside cannons. Max ammo from fire. 15 to plus 5. Now, how about the harpoon? I did see a couple of animals that would need it. Typical minimal robot armor, it will survive few hits. A rusty harpoon tip. It will do the job, but isn't sharp enough for the strongest spray. Standard ring to hold phone harpoons. Yeah, I want to try these. Oh, it's gonna eat all my food. Harpoon is just money. Oh, now it needs a Harpoon's 10th ultimate blend. Next level. Damage is improved. And you're on the rails. Yeah, we definitely need to go out. That's just for ammo. How about the... Yeah, actually, I haven't been ramming at all. It's best to use the wood here. First the ship and then the harpoon capabilities. Armor, yeah, here I'm already broke. Diving bell needs more money. But this we can take. Another ram. Then better upper damage. That's not that much. That's the only one I can afford. We are at 62 rounds. Really is. That's fine. Now the ship is a little bit upgraded. Definitely do need to focus on getting the rest of the...
Well concluded.
More rounds so we can upgrade.
Spare me your jugs, just a wee bit.
Another round over here, good man.
The men do sorely lack a place to do their wenching and debauching. With a little
Maybe he
kind
is far.
encouragement, I could have the old place Bristol fashion and a flow of rum fit to obliterate a good tar proper like.
Yeah, 100 needed. 3 minigames in expert level. Increases the chance for royal. No, I can't afford it.
All right, later.
We could... Yesterday's stream, there were so many bots asking to add on Discord. Like, more than 10.
Leaving already?
Crazy.
I think this cove suits you best, Edward. Better than that costume does.
Oh, come on now. We're pirates, kid. We take as we please and become who we like. Self-made men.
But that look ain't you. It's not who you are.
Who am I then?
Hard to tell some days. All I know is you like dangerous prizes.
Like the observatory. I think you know more about that than you let
It's
on.
10 PM already.
You noticed that, did you?
Time just flies.
Meet me at 20 degrees,
When you're
3
having a
minutes
good time.
latitude, just off the coast of Yucatan. I'll have something to show you there in a few weeks' time.
A hand, Captain. We've some keep I'd like to bring to the village folk.
She is. I think the Jack is a fake name for her. I do need to use the toilet. You get to see. Hey, by the way, this is supposed to be Captain Morgan's outfit. Happy to have you here. Extreme attitude, Assasin. I am back. Sometimes the number is 2, not 1. It takes more time. You loved the AC series, bought the last PlayStation 4 AC game you needed for your collection on disc. This one should be here by Monday. Yeah. That's really nice. How do you feel about that PlayStation?
It must have been dire for people here under Dukas.
This place is ours now, so the people here are our responsibility.
Aye. We'll do what we can.
They really try to have a unique place.
Let's take them to the tavern.
I've got it.
Oh, I'm here. Okay, okay. Aye. We're captain.
I say we just ransack the house, huh?
I'd sooner burn it to the ground, huh?
You will shut your mouths or be buried next to that house.
It's my house.
Discipline.
They are an eager bunch. They just need to direct that enthusiasm.
They also lack the skill to upkeep the ship. Not a decent carpenter in the whole lot. We'll sink for rot if we don't change that soon.
Aye, we are short certain talents.
A master at arms and a shipwright. Those would cure what ails the jackdaw.
I just did
I'm
buy
guessing
him.
you've an idea who might help us.
I've heard of a man who could whip our crew into shape. He was a real terror of the seas before he found religion.
I bought the
His
upgrades,
name's
full upgrades
Abel
for the harbor.
Galvao. He goes by Padre now.
If you say he's got the stuff, then I would like to find this Padre.
He ministers to a village in Punta del Caracol. If you can get him, he won't disappoint.
That leaves the shipwright.
This Lucy Baldwin is an expert shipwright. But if the rumors are true, she is riotous.
She'll fit right in.
Word is, she's been captured by the British and is being held below deck at Salt Key.
Someone of her quality should not suffer under the King's tyranny. We liberate this shipwright, and we find this Padre.
As a game collector, you hate it. Cancel your PlayStation Plus and see no point in getting a PlayStation 6 as you want on any games. Like, is this starting now? Or for PlayStation 6 there won't be any disc games? If you're missing the PlayStation 4 AC game, The Chronicles, you honestly never heard of it, so happy to have it in your collection. It is not, well, no, such a... It's not for many hours.
And what did the doctor... Whose good name are the authorities sullying now?
I have played that one as well, all of the Assassin's Creed games. Was so young when the first ones came, it was a lot of fun. On that poster, yeah, from Xbox 360, I think. There I had it. Or I had the first 2, 3. Then this came later, and I played it on PlayStation 4. Wonder for Parisian loading, Lucy Baldwin. 100 pounds reward version of more persons who bring justice. The notorious pirate and fugitive dead or alive. Compensation to be granted upon delivery of Baldwin to the royal governor of the state. Welcome Mario, how you doing? I'm broke.
The men do sorely lack a place to do their wenching and debauching. With a little coin encouragement, I could have the old place Bristol fashion and a flow of rum fit to obliterate a good tar proper like.
Don't even have 100 rounds. I got 62. Harbor Master maxed rest basic.
All right, later.
$1,200. They are making discs until January 2028. But PlayStation 6 will be fully digital. Okay, that's how they try to run it. And then they have said that they won't be releasing PlayStation games to PC anymore.
A moment.
I need to be robbing more boats, selling the loot that I have. Can't afford you or anybody's services. No reason buying this, just save a little more money and buy mid-range PC for exclusive games.
More treasure.
What they would
by
be.
Me.
Definitely, like, when you want to collect games, you want to show off them. As many different things. And then there's also the resell. That's another thing that will be taken away. And then it's like a PlayStation monopoly for them to sell games. You can buy them. They have. What does the 5 have? So both Housemarque games, right? The Returnal, that's not on PC. Then the new one they released. God of Wars, they let them be on the PC. I think Spider-Man's also on PC. Or am I mistaken? Last of Us remasters are on PC. But like, there won't... I don't think there will be Last of Us 3.
Are you responsible for all this? A proper little hunter.
Oh,
now don't go following me. I'll have you below deck. There's rats aplenty on the jackdaw.
The Ragnarok is not on PC. Only the 2018. Oh, okay. Templar Hunt. Here we go to this side and see what's up. Your plan is to upgrade PC before 28. What are you aiming for?
Worth every penny.
There might not be a new GPU. 60 series. Get the 5090 and 9950. That would be huge. You now have 380, right? Or... What's your CPU? That's like the first thing that I do need to upgrade.
What's our course today, Captain? It's a fine day for any kind of mischief.
What's your feeling?
I'll make no secret of wanting to see the British brought to heel. If we can take their gold and put it to use ourselves, I'll be a happy man.
Spoken like a true Welshman, Addy.
And what's your aim?
How are the prices?
I hinted at a prize he was eager to show me down in Tulum. Quite some distance, mind, on the Yucatan Peninsula.
You trust him to play it fair?
I can't be sure. But he has a way of picking away at my conscience that gives me pause.
You have DDR5 already.
I should go see him soon.
Yeah, that's plenty enough. So will you be then buying a webcam as well? So your streams now have voice. Next up is the cap. Even my ugly face is here. Crooked Island, so close. It's a fishing spot. There's no loot. We let them fish.
Fast as you dare. Calm her down.
We have the wind at our back!
Yeah, having a proper mic would help.
Clew up the foremast mains.
To have the sound more clear.
Be still, lads.
Although this week I had to... No, during the weekend. I even had to unplug it. And plug it back in. Or some update had to broken it. So it happens at times. Nope. Okay, I go up from here. Here we have a clear path. Did you get anything from Steam sale? What is the next game you're waiting for? You heard that OBS is pitching again. Yeah. I haven't seen that. For me, it's be fine. More for like this game is so new. So can't multi-stream unless the PC would be cooking. So now we are only on Twitch side. Tomorrow will be another Assassin's Creed, like Resynced. But then on Friday, Saturday, I do want to play more Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That I started last week. Then on Sunday, I made a promise with to get taught by Matsuko how to play the Heroes of Might and Magic. That might be some rough times. And how you doing, Exiled Zigfire? I'm broke. My character is broke. We need to loot a lot. Be the pirate, so we can rebuild the base and upgrade the ship. I maybe spent too much money for the harpoon. I do want to go diving a little. CPU not really issue in my build. The GPU actually. It depends how heavy. Definitely like for multi-streaming, having a better or stronger so what I have is 4060 Ti with 60 VRAM. That's what I have now. But it's just been 1.5 years. That I've had the PC and been able to multi-stream. Play PC games. There were so many that I had missed on. So are you suggesting I should also try to aim for 5090? Yes. There it shows estimated VRAM 4.3 out of 16. But you can see like it's almost 90% utilization with the OBS and streaming and then playing. Okay, now it's relaxing a little. Like this is fine, but for like 2 years more, maybe it's not available. Or like should upgrade. And of course, if I want to be playing Like have the 2K, 4K. Right now I'm playing on 1080. Then I would also need to buy new monitors. How to spend? Yeah. All many different things.
Today you die! Sleep for that!
That was your last kill!
Gaming is expensive. It is. Like, I'm right now. I have this game on low, just so that OBS is not being a bitch. But it still looks wonderful. High with the ray tracing on. I can play it, but I can't stream it. That's an issue. For YouTube is actually...
Another one.
Hold up. What are we finding here? PC might say kaput. How's my insurance policy? I've been paying home insurance for a long time without using any of the benefits because nothing has broken. Don't want to test it out. Really hope everything works. We have Animus Key.
Can it be legal?
I must say it's gonna be a good investment.
Hey, what was that for?
What's MK? Mortal Kombat.
So, what have you been eating?
Or what do you mean with that? Mouse and keyboard. Oh. And you can most games also have the controller support. Let's see. Now I got 4,000. Used for treasure dealer transactions and Kenway's fleet missions. Sweet profit. I'm selling all. Maybe we can now go back to the... Back with some money and make some upgrades on the island.
Thanks for the business.
Very welcome. We almost got 10k. Now they are friendly, we can festival there. And this is the... Here we go festival. The Morgan of Captains. Maybe we get access to the rest. Pickpocketing. I've done that once in this game. There was a dude who had 500. He was bragging what he's gonna buy, and that cost him a lot.
Got an ear for me, Captain. Hearken to an old tar, Captain.
Let's.
The men do
bar.
sorely lack a place.
Bar for people. And there was another man.
I'll not play duck and drake with you, Captain. I need coin to build a little emporium. I'd be ever obliged. And a local shop would bring in many a useful ware for you as repayment.
Some wildlife skin for purchase. General store. What's the next level? Unlocks rare weapons. More wildlife skin for purchase.
Later, then.
I don't remember that well on the first.
Require my services.
Like there's more content. What was told? Like the map is a little bigger. That would have been nice, but we don't have wood. We don't have wood. More front cannons. We do have wood for that. Or maybe I just want more damage. Yep. That's why I'm like trying to upgrade the boat first. I went and bought expensive harpoons. I want to go harpooning. I remember that was fun. Mortal having 10 shots. Hey, EA. This is only 500. No, it's asking 12k. We don't have that. Damage dealt by the front cannons. Yes. Yeah, no need to shoot when you can just run. It is level 2. We have opportunity. But yes, now I'm broke again. Let's collect some resources. Okay, sink some boats.
Well concluded.
Hey, who are you?
Captain Kenway. I believe I already made your acquaintance.
We had a chat.
I remember you.
Hi, Lexeron.
The sailor from Salt Key.
Merchant. And an honest proprietor. Milo van der Graaf, owner of the Van der Graaf Company. Am I speaking to the one in charge around here?
Aye. Edward Kenway. The new caretaker of this compound. State your business.
You have the look of a man who doesn't back down from a contest. And that winsome vessel of yours appears fit and sturdy. You see, I have need of someone who can help unburden me of troubles I've been having with the Spanish Navy.
And what have you done to draw their ire?
Me? It's their jealous eyes that have turned green with envy at the sight of my frigates, heavy with merchandise as they are.
And you need someone to get between them and your frigates.
You
For a price, I can be persuaded.
We speak the same language, Captain. On my word, your purse will grow heavy, as long as the job is well and truly done.
Then I'll see to it, and hold you to your word.
Mario remembers upgrading his ram by mistake at the start. Level 3. But it actually helped a lot. We were able to demolish ships super quick, but just by ramming. Somebody told me that Black Flag is one of the most interesting AC pods. It's definitely one of the best. Many say it's the best. I really like it.
Anchor's down!
I was too first. We need to wait for our crew to take off.
Mains out, trim to the wind.
Do not leave them muzzled.
Give me every inch of sail.
No. Where do we have? Up ahead. We get 1,200. Yeah, the ship combat field is quite nice. And we have different songs that you can.
Give us a shanty. Speed, lads!
Johnny, oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh.
All I have is water.
Whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny, I'll drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. Whiskey gives a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny, whiskey made me pawn my clothes. Whiskey for my Johnny.
I swear I saw a ship somewhere.
Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny, it was many a month when I was gone. Whiskey for
There.
my Johnny, oh.
No, that's an island.
I thought I heard the old man say, Whiskey, Johnny, I'll treat my crew in a decent way. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh.
There we have at least one frigate. No, that's another island. Can I really be the captain of this boat? I'm seeing ships everywhere.
I reckon
there's
these
two.
seas could be lighter a Spaniard or two.
Schooner! And another. The targets. Oh, okay, we have another target there as well. All of these.
Set her back. Fire! Listen to maggot! Fast as you dare. Calm her down. Fire! Fire! Give everything. Fire! Ease her off. Fire!
Coming speed!
Speed, lad!
Gonna be hit it.
Calm her down.
Yeah, and now we can actually. Already. And you have mini cannons on the boat. some of the core. Using the moral, making it easier to capture the boat. So. What do we want? Send the Genway fleet or repair our boat? I think I want to repair. Since we almost broke it. Now we have the other two.
Loose main sails! Douse the royals and tops!
Douse the fore, hurry!
Crowd it all on!
This one we can board. That one.
Fire!
That one we can't. Let's make this to be on our...
Weather's coming against us!
What's the price for the 50-80-32? That is a lot of beer.
Crews up! Eat her sticks!
Do I even dare to ask? Check the Finnish price as well. Have a guess. For 32 gigas. I'm gonna say 2.5. 2.5K.
Give me some
No,
speed!
we have one here.
Faster now!
Gonna grab it.
Ease up! Fire!
Oh, that was enough.
Royals!
All but names!
4,250!
She's right, sir. Should be board and take her.
Can you check how much it's in verkkokauppa.com?
Yo, heave-ho!
The Finnish site I'll be using, or... Yeah, 6,000! That's definitely a trip to check. Oh, I hit my back. It is an insane price. Let's lower the wanted level. Like my whole PC with the mics, or with the mic cameras, table.
Van de Graaf's ships can sail safely now.
Key light. This cost like 3K.
No use wallowing about here.
Who's the mains? Half sails.
Just double the price and you will get one tool.
Spanish ensigns! Schooner!
Yeah, let's take that.
Let's have a song then.
Bye, Patrick. By the way, from where you got earlier key to play? I was contacted. I got an email.
I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee. A sailing down along the coast to high harbor.
Lucky.
Are you a pirate or a
Wasn't par, it's 5,200 plus shipping, so 5,500 per fee.
Their ancients are Spanish! They're not alone, sir! Sir, to fall!
Just with the level 2 RAM, not even full speed. You just saw. It's actually really useful. Go crazy. With the ramming possibility. These smaller boats take a lot of damage. Zilut. Fuck off. Oh. Some extra gold. We're almost full. Let's have another schooner. We can salvage the ship later on. No. That's not my boat, right? No, it's not.
Names out. Trim to the wind.
Sail off on the fore, come on!
Trim off. Bring in the stunsails.
With one shot. We are really getting ready for frigate.
Yo, heave ho!
I do have level 3.
Take the fight to them!
Like those heavy cannons. It feels crazy with having it to work with one with it still. We aren't hitting through that.
Now that was
pretty. No. Not possible, Patrick. Yeah, let's lower the level. Why not? We don't need to have 10 schooners there. Can we find more other ships?
No use wallowing about here.
Captain, was it the bird?
Give voice, you tars.
Their ancients are Spanish! Break up!
I have my target.
Ease her off.
We shall ram.
Give everything she's got.
Yes, I did. Like the game is actually out tomorrow on Thursday officially. I could have played it on Monday already, but Monday is for Whitehead, so.
Set her back.
No more singing! Time to fight!
Fire! Faster now! Calm her down.
We need to turn around.
Fast as you dare.
Catch up.
Set her back. Ready to march, sir. Fire! Raise! Reset all tops! Fire!
Aye! Successful hit!
Drag them to their doom!
If they come, grant them death for us!
There's a barrel we can hit. Is there another one? Oh! Perfect, perfect. Oh, is hier loot? My boat! Actually, I think with 5080 over here, they sell only. How much is the 5080 then? Only 4,250. It's feels like a robbery. With that person. $10K PC. Is that my boat?
Reavers, sir! Pirates! Schooner, fire rigging!
Any other friends?
Get them aloft, let's go!
Get on that main sheet, trim too!
More sail! We need to punch!
Give everything
she's got!
Let's get away from the water sprout. And not hit the island.
Let's have a song then.
Oh, Billy Riley was a dancing master. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley.
Billy Riley.
Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of the Trojan. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley.
Hey.
Ease her off!
Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley, master of the Trojan. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley has a nice young daughter. Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Billy Riley.
Are they fighting?
Speed, lads!
Oh, Billy Riley, oh, Missy Riley, little Missy Riley.
There's many boats. Let's try area damage, right?
English colours! They've not helped! Hold your tongues and prepare to engage!
Fire!
Maybe this is a bit too.
That section is under commission!
2 down. Am I really taking 4 ships down with one?
Keep note of our cannon range!
Okay, that's not what we wanted. I should have boarded one so I could repair my boat. You will also need a monitor upgrade. Yours is only 144 Hz. Mine's only 180. But like, I don't like to play FPS games. So that doesn't matter to me too much.
There's still flesh on the bone.
Are we gonna try this again? 5,000. Maybe
No use wallowing about here.
We ride the wind for all she's worth! Fire! Speed, lads! Just the one ship, Cap! On the bow, sir!
Calm her down.
Fire! Fire!
Maybe that's it all.
Brace for impact!
I sailed straight into them and died. That's a sunken ship. The first try was way better.
There's still flesh on the bone.
We sail. Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
Let's ride this squall! On your mark, sir! Fire!
Assasin!
She's headed for second! All hands on deck! Fire!
Maybe I'm taking a too big of a bite.
Brace yourself!
I can have this 101. I haven't upgraded our defenses for the boat. So that is a bit of
on the bone.
Yeah, one thing. As you can see, we have our own pet in the boat. That is our first. We do have another. This is Gold Tom. And this is Suit the Cat. Hard. There's a forgiving normal story. Oh, it was a story at first. Maybe it's named in yeah, here. It's story. But yeah, I'm playing on hard. Of course. More mistakes we make.
Unreef the mains. Loose all sail.
Shall I wait for them to fight?
Now prove it,
And
my
then
trumps.
attack.
Gallants, royals, fire!
I'd not hate
Five Spanish ensigns! Think she's a
Like Spanish and English are having a bit of a
All right, Jack,
fight.
sing.
We just watch them fight and then attack the weakest. Attack with mortar.
Fire! Full sail!
Mortar.
Crowd it all! Ease her off!
Hold your tongue and break it to a dead!
Got the angle wrong.
Fire!
Weakest right there, Captain!
Fire! Douse all! Fire!
Maybe I need to upgrade the defenses as well.
Loose all! Let's move!
Oh, that's gonna be perfect hit. Yeah. I tried to be faster. Get away, but no. I don't think we can take those now.
Royal Navy! Break!
Like, if that is their fighting. El Mosquito. What a name for a boat.
Royal Navy!
It really, like, I need 100s of wood. You have just money. It does look like they
Let's
are
get going.
not friendly.
Ready and willing, Captain.
Fire! Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Man your sheets!
Give fire! Fire! Fire!
From long range.
Fire!
That section is out of commission, sir.
Fire!
This time, we are only half better.
Fire! Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! All sails! He'll take it! Fire!
We can port this boat.
Yo, heave
We can make this.
Heave! Heave!
We definitely need to repair the boat. Yeah. 3 against 1, okay. Now where are the rest? I don't want to be losing my crew members.
Almost too easy.
Run a loot. Some extra. Push. No, definitely repair. Instant destruction. Let's see. Yeah, it's good that he didn't save in the middle of the fight. Otherwise, we would just died at it. But it is past 11. I really do need to end for the day. More tomorrow. Really, really good amount of progress. Let's see who to raid. But yeah, tomorrow more. It's been a hell of fun. But that's one also who's streaming this on my follow list. Let's see how Zero Messiah is doing. Are they also getting destroyed by enemy boats? I think he even has less health than I do. Maybe he's not playing down the hardest. Or different kind of ships. No matter. Thanks for today. I hope you have a great rest of the night and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.